pack. We'd love to see what's happening in this group right here. All right, if you're following along with us on that left screen, we are now coming up behind our initial chase group. And everybody that we can see, again, just trying to pick up these paddlers from a little bit far away. They're all staying in a draft train right here. They're all trying to hold on. And again, we're gonna hone in on them as soon as we can get a little closer. Now you're looking at the second lead group, who are probably a solid 100 yards behind the initial pack of, it looked like 9 or 10 in there. We have 6 in the second lead pack. So your top 15 already right now are kind of putting themselves in position to try to breach that top 10. And it most likely is going to be challenging for the second group already to maintain up with those initial guys up front. We'll see what they can do as we move forward here. Oh, there we go. Currently, we are 21 degrees Celsius, 54% humidity, and 14K winds coming through. It's always tough to see when we're looking from far away, especially when cameras are zoomed in a little bit, whether, what the wind texture is doing. There's most likely more.
You guys, been so experienced. What's the common strategy? All the athletes moving into a group, or everyone having own tempo?
Και για όσους λοιπόν δεν ήταν χθες, προχθές και την προηγούμενη ημέρα κοντά μας, για όσους δεν γνωρίζουν λοιπόν τι κάνουμε αυτή τη στιγμή, Άγιος Νικόλαος on SAP, ένα major event, ένα παγκόσμιο event. Τελευταία ημέρα έχουμε την κατηγορία των μεγάλων αποστάσεων, της μεγάλης απόστασης, της διαδρομής της μεγάλης απόστασης. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last day of this major event on SAP. Agios Nikolaos on SAP. Last day, we have the long distance race. The race has already started since 27 minutes before. Έχοντας ξεκινήσει ήδη η κατηγορία των juniors, και η κατηγορία των αντρών.
Μοναδικές εικόνες για τους αθλητές περνώντας από το κανάλι. Unique images from the athletes passing from the canal. Going out from Eluda Golf.
We are live on YouTube and on Facebook, Agios Nikolaos on SAP, so you can find more images through YouTube or Facebook.
Οι αθλητές λοιπόν περνάνε από το κανάλι για να βγουν από τον κόλπο της Ελούντας.
We are broadcasting from the east and the west coast of the United States, and we've got both Jim and Kosas on the finish line with us, and lots of individuals trying in between. Okay, right now they're coming through the canal. It looks like, let's zoom in on these guys so we can really pick up who's there. It looks like Donato right now on the Everati is in front. Shuri Araki is right next to him on that green flying fish. Right behind him is Tausos. There you go. There's Shuri Araki and Donato. That's Tausos that you see on the third Eveready in third. You've got Iri Tenario in fourth, right next to, I would assume that's Blue Ewer right there. I would expect that is him, and we're just, again, just trying to catch up to these guys, see what's going on.
Hey, you know, Rob, they're going to do everything they can to let Donato lead out. He's a big guy, big, strong guy, but that also translates into a really good wake for them to draft. Smart money if you're a paddler and haven't been able to attack and escape out front. Sit in Donato's draft on a side draft in his wake, because if he can take you to within a few Ks of the finish line and then you can go from there, he will have done a majority of the work.
Yeah, and they all know right now he won. You know, he was second in the tech yesterday. He won the long distance in Spain last weekend. They know he's trained well. It really seems like he's had an amazing, stellar season. So I agree with you. If they can let him lead. Now, right now, you've got Donato and Shuri that are, okay, Donato's maybe on his side draft here just a little bit. And you have Tausos on Donato's side draft. If you guys are watching and you're new to SUP, a side draft is when the nose of their board is give or take right around the feet of the individual in front of them. They're going to get a little extra push from those boards. We commonly see a tail draft where the nose is right behind their tail. Within a couple inches to a foot or two, they're going to also gain 10 or 20% or not be able to have to paddle that hard to maintain the same speed. So right now, Shuri just let off the gas a little bit. Looks like maybe catching some hydration. Donato seems to be catching some hydration as well. Tausos right now actually taking into the lead. You have Blue Ura is also on the outside. So right now we have four paddlers wide in the front, followed by three individuals right behind. Iri Tenario is in that group. I believe Fade Dukas is there as well. And again, we're just picking up everybody right here. But you have four individuals behind there, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got 8 of them in this front group trying to make their way to find themselves on the podium. All these individuals have the ability to do it. It's really going to come down to who's got gas in the gas tank. Adam, what do you think about, what would be some of your predictions of maybe our top 5? Yeah. Is that a little weak? Maybe top 3? You know, how strong are you going to go
Sounds tough
today?
to predict.
Yeah, I got to tell you, first of all, I've got video. This is important. So I'm not maybe a little delayed. But yeah, to me, I think you've got to, it looks like Paolo Marconi out front, boy, and he's the experienced one. I mean, the variety of really strong paddlers in here right now is amazing. We've got young guys in Shuri and Donato, and then, you know, the long in the tooth Paolo Marconi, who's been around for a while and has really varied experience. But you got to put money on Shrimpy, right out there in front. I think Donato's another one. He's just so big and strong, and when we've got flat-ish conditions like this, that really benefits him. And then, you know, I have to say, it's hard to count out Blue, who and Tausos, who went head-to-head down the front for the entire way. Faden Dukas is another one. So how do you pick 3? I think you got to go Tausos, who won it last year, Shrimpy, and Donato, who's just having a great season and who trains so hard. That said, how could you count out any one of these other paddlers?
Yeah, agreed.
Rob, this is looking a lot like what we saw, as you referenced before, the ICF championships in Sarasota. The side drafting, the tail drafting, and that looks like, oh, you know, I'll look that up. I think it might be an Italian paddler who we see closest to us on that green and yellow flying fish.
I think I caught a 074.
I think maybe.
Yeah, we're just trying to pick up who 074 is possibly. We do not have a bib list, so Jim and Kostas, if you guys have any ideas on who 236 and 074 is, that would be awesome for a little help.
We'll try to find
you guys
out.
Have a start list by any chance. But yeah, no, Adam, I agree 100%. This is not our traditional, as of prior to last year in Sarasota, where 9 guys stand in line and everybody kind of takes turns, shifting positions a little bit. This is this newer style of side drafting and grinding. And what we learned last year is that they really had a lot of fun doing this, but it was a newer race for a lot of these individuals, especially as choppy as it gets when you're in that second group and you really don't have a clear path of water at all with all this side draft. There's Shuri kind of making a charge again.
Yeah, and you can see they've all picked up pace, and that can be exhausting when you're sitting in the draft back there because you're not really in control of the effort. And so you want to settle in, but look how choppy it gets when someone accelerates like that. And you can look in the back and see Iri Tenario, for example, really scratching to stay on, and he's actually just got gapped a little bit. He's going to work hard here. And there you go. Looks like Donato and Shrimpy attacking off the front. I have no doubt they're going to get reeled back in, though.
This is what we saw, again, just last year in the World Championship race. This race already, looks very similar to what that long distance race is looking like, which is very cool that this may be, our new semi-flat water style of stand-up paddling, for the future to come. But right off the bat, we were 4 wide and then 3 wide. And now Shuri is in front. Donato, number 2. We think that's, did we agree that was Tausos or is that Paulo that's in?
So you guys, you think you're gonna have a thrilling finish?
Yeah, and you know what, Shuri. Glitch right here. There we go. It looks like they've already created a couple board lengths gap between this group. Adam, I would think they would love nothing more right now than to break off from that pack.
I completely. There's too many contenders right behind them. They're going to work really hard. What's fascinating is this is probably the biggest guy in the group and the smallest guy in the group out in front together to show you the variety of body types that you can have in the sport of stuff.
Yeah, and both young. This is, you know, back in the day, the 18 to 49 or 18 to 39 age group is definitely turning into some younger guns here. Both Shuri and I believe Donato are 19. Unless I missed something.
Really interesting is the stroke rate. You can see Shuri really just quick, snappy shots to the water. And then Donato, who's just faded out of the picture there, but Donato, a little bit more power, slightly slower cadence. And if you're in this draft train right now, there's got to be panic with all of them because you either catch them or you decide with this group of, 5, 6, or 7, you're fighting for third place. It's not a comfortable spot.
You guys
and you know, it does make you wonder. I mean, what mental strategy is going through their head at this point, knowing that, you know, the style in the past over this last year has been these constant attacks, but it was always followed by slowing down that cadence for a little while and everybody regrouping. So are they going to wait in this second group of 3 to 8? Are they going to wait for the front runners to hopefully slow their cadence down and be able to catch back up? Or are they concerned right now? I mean, Shuri has not stopped his attack. We know he can attack for, man, in the finals last year, it was, you know, give or take a 800-meter straight out sprint that he did to break off and win the pack. Maybe he's just doing that right now.
Yeah, he is capable of doing this to the finish line. And this is what has set him apart over the last 2-3 years, looking over his shoulder there. And, wow, look at that. I mean, Donato is, oh boy, he's
right
just,
now,
yeah.
2 board lengths behind, just trying to do everything he can to catch up.
That's a horrible spot to be in right there. Donato can't close this gap just a little bit. He's going to fall over that hump that kind of follows the board in front of you. And you can almost see it happening now. You have to climb over top of it to get back into the draft. It's big trouble.
So this is officially where we've seen our pack break for the first time. We started at 10:15. It is 10:51 currently. You know, it took 30 minutes for these individuals to stay together, and now they are starting to say goodbye right now. We'll see if this will maintain. But right now, Shuri is putting on a clinic for all of us to watch and just hammering. I don't know, what would you say, 70 strokes per minute that he's got to be cranking out, maybe even more. Donato is doing the same, trying to catch up, but he's making a run for it right now. It looks like maybe he's trying to close that gap. Can we see?
Yeah, Rob, he's got a big decision to make.
Guys, I would like a comment about Suri Saraki unique style, moving the whole upper part of the body.
Yeah, as you're watching here, ladies and gentlemen, Shuri is widening this gap. I mean, we're now moving at 3, maybe 4 board lengths. Donato is now finding himself in no man's land, which could prove to be dangerous for him if the group behind, if 3 through 8 decide to work together for the next 5K, and he has to just grind out by himself, that puts him in a challenging position for a final sprint.
We have to assume, Rob, that he went max effort to try to stay with Shuri here. And in doing so, he burned a lot of matches. And now he's got this pack that we see on the right of our screen, which is fairly, well, it's loosely organized, but we got 4 of them at least who are hunting him down. And if he gets stuck out in between them, I think that there's a chance they catch him. Those are not slow paddlers behind Donato. I think you're looking at Tassos. I'm guessing it's Faden, Blue, and maybe Ir Tenario back there. You wouldn't want to be hunted by any one of those individually, let alone moving together in a draft pack.
Yeah. And you can see if this is, I believe we're looking at our second group on the right-hand screen right here. You can see their cadence has definitely fallen into a nicer pace. They kind of brought back their regular cadence, whereas we're still just watching Shuri and Donato look like they're midway through a technical race with a very, very fast cadence. Again, you know, one of the benefits of being able to commentate is we're not sucking as much wind, and we're watching these Olympic caliber athletes out here absolutely just crushing it, showing us, you know, what this sport really can be at the highest level right here. You're watching, you know, the fastest athletes in the world currently on stand-up paddle.
Rob, one of my favorite things about race is that when it is a downwinder, it's unbelievable. It's spectacular for downwinding, and when it's relatively flat like this, it provides just incredible course placement for these folks with this backdrop that we get to watch. It's just incredible. You know, a lot of times I'll a bike race like the Tour de France because of the footage you see in the background. This is that for sup racing. You're not going to get a more beautiful backdrop to watch these guys do battle on the water.
Yeah, last year, I mean, I think we were, you know, upwards of 15 different hotels we all agreed would be the spot to hang out afterwards as they were paddling by each one of them.
They remain on the bucket list.
Yeah, that's right. If you haven't been to,
so you've got a really well organized draft train here now.
You know, you definitely need to get there. So it looks like, Adam, as you were saying, we've got, now we're getting into this classic, everybody follow the leader. And we've got 2 right in the beginning still with a little bit of a side draft. I can't tell how far that gap is between Donato and our second group here. It'd be interesting to see where that is. And I have a feeling it's getting bigger and bigger as we speak.
Yeah, good question. I mean, here you see, Shaw, these cliffs are one of the great landmarks that I was referencing. Just an amazing backdrop here, and his cadence has not fallen off even a little bit. I'm part expecting, Rob, to see Donato get re-enter that. Oh, there's some bathers out there with Shrimpy. To see him re-enter the frame of that draft pack from the left side of our screen. I have to believe they're going to be able to catch him. You can see Shrimpy looking over his shoulder. Where am I here?
Yeah, this is a really cool spot where they make this big right-hand turn. They've got to catch a buoy on the inside here. But, I mean, man, they are flying through this course. I expect we're going to see for sure, I don't know about a course record, but, oh, there we go. Here's Donato. And you can even catch, Adam, you know, this is a good spot where we can really see, you know, some of these waves and this water movement. As much as we keep calling it flat water, and I'm sure these athletes are probably disagreeing slightly with our representation. And if you've ever paddled next to a cliff or next to a seawall or next to a hard barrier, you know, those waves, they hit it and then they rebound backwards. So you're really dealing with two different forms of waves coming from both directions, especially when you're that close to this area. So that's probably a new little challenge.
Borderline impossible for most mortals, Bob.
Right. Right. And no thing for them. They're just going to keep paddling and make it look normal.
So you've got Tassos, Filippo Mercuriali, I believe, and Paolo Marconi. So a trio of Mediterranean guys hot on Donato's heels here. Tassos out in front on that infinity board. Filippo Mercuriali on that flying fish green and yellow board. And then I believe on that Sonova is Paolo Marconi. I'm kind of guessing at it because we can't see their... Oh, you know what? That is not Filippo. That's Erie. Erie Tenorio. So it's those three.
Let's remind that for us Greeks, Tassos Tsouris was the winner of last year's race, guys, eh?
Yep, Tassos is the winner from last year. Wouldn't call him hometown. I don't believe he's from Crete, but certainly a home country hero. And he's got that style. It looks like he is absolutely suffering and about to fall apart. He did that for the better part of 13.5K last year. It's just his style. Yep.
Oh, that's a great shot right there of all these gentlemen just crushing it right there.
I'm trying to figure out who we're seeing on the right side here. I can't pick out those big numbers.
Well,
I'll tell you what, everyone looks good going by that scenery.
Yeah. Erie right now being in that 5th position and having the potential to find himself in the top 3 has got to be really exciting for him. He's been paddling really hard. He's definitely a hometown favorite for us here, you know, mainly in Florida, although he's you know, representing Brazil as his home country. But what a phenomenal paddler, and making his way, you know, just crushing it on the international scene over these last many years.
Yeah, and really cool to see Paolo Marconi as well. Oh, now look at this. Tassos is pulling away a bit here. So that's Paolo, who's that's Tassos on our left. This is looking at now the left side of our screen. Tassos on the left, Paolo after him, and then Erie right behind Paolo. And Tassos looks like he's pouring it on now. And I was saying about Paolo that he took a little bit of a break from competitive racing for a bit, and then reemerged in the last paddler standing, this crazy ultra paddling competition, and won, and has now trickled back into more traditional sup racing as we know it. And here he is in a position to put podium.
I think, what was it? Was it 2022 that he took first in the last paddler standing? Is that right? A couple years ago.
I think so. I'll double check us on that. But it was a really incredible effort.
If you're looking for one of the most unique endurance races, maybe currently outside of maybe the 11 Cities Tour, the last paddler standing is a 5K race every hour, and you go as many hours as you can. And I think they got to 49 hours, something like that, before they were cut off that year.
And it was December of 22, I believe.
With 5 or 10 minutes of rest in between each lap that you do. Pretty exciting to watch.
These guys right now would give anything for 5 or 10 minutes of rest.
They sure would.
Look at Shrimpy. Has not slowed down even a little bit.
No.
It's got to be utterly demoralizing to look up and see his pace just fail to drop. I mean, this would be a pace that if someone did this and attacked from the front on you, you would assume that if you just kind of held cadence and kept up, that you would eventually reel them in. And every single one of these competitors knows that once he peels off the front, he's only going to gain speed.
Yeah. I think I would just assume he was in a different division as me if I saw him that far ahead.
And you can see on the right side of the screen, I think this is the second or third chase back, my third chase back. The difference in the speed and just the cadence. And these are really good paddlers here. The fact that they're on their boards in that reverberating water, as you described it before, Rob, is unbelievable. But they're not going anywhere nearly as fast as Shuri is.
And this is just a great example of, again, these are amazing athletes. Most people would have a tough time paddling this course recreationally at 13K, and yet you can see that cadence difference of, they're 45 strokes per minute. Shuri is, 85 strokes per minute and just not letting off whatsoever.
The other thing too, Rob, and this is what's really interesting. If I showed you the pictures of the guys on the right here and Shuri and said, which one's got the better technique? You and most other experienced paddlers would probably say, I like the techniques on the right side. Just there's a little smoother, etc. He has been developing, and you're seeing more and more of this, where that real smooth catch that Tituan Puyo, another real great paddler who's done this race, a lot of us think about as like the perfect paddle technique. This is not that. Shuri is all about cadence, repeating that catch, digging in, and it's a very different approach. It's not as appealing to this viewer's eye, but it is so effective.
Tough to argue with the effective part.
Yep. Now I'm wondering where that second chase pack is, where Tassos is specifically. Tassos, the defending champion, and between Shrimpy and Tassos was Donato Freens, who had been dropped, and I'm curious where those two are. I'm looking for some infinity on infinity violence here for second place.
Yeah, it'd be neat to see if we can see where Donato is right now, even in reference to Shuri, or where Tassos is compared to Donato, because those guys, they all had a gap. We did see Tassos kind of break that back draft train a little bit, maybe getting out into the open. These are some more
interesting thing about Shuri. Yeah, so this is I'm almost certain the third chase pack, and we're missing the next group. When we see, one thing to watch when we see Shrimpy, notice that his blade almost never goes behind his feet, and that gets coached for your paddle stroke, but typically just as a mental cue. Look how it just never goes behind his feet almost.
Yeah, Shrimpy is
always in front of him.
Very, very hinged. He rarely comes up to full straight up. He uses his entire body the whole time. He uses a lot of legs, especially when you watch from behind. It always looks like he's almost bouncing a little bit, and yet he's just extremely fast and extremely effective.
Well, and you can see the spray indicating the power.
So, something about he used to be in the junior kayak racing, probably brings a little bit of background to him. I think last year, once they started getting around this point, I believe they're only 3K maybe from the finish, I would assume, where Shuri is at this point.
Rob, I think you are right.
He's got a couple great hotels, and then he's going to be getting into the harbor at Agios St. Nicholas with that right-hand turn around the pier and straight into a finish. I'm comfortable saying I just don't think anybody's going to catch Shuri at this point. As we were kind of predicting, it looks like pending any catastrophe, he very well may have cemented his first place finish in here. Let's see if we can try to catch a second and third, or even the gap between Shuri and everybody else.
Yeah, this is. I wonder if a single camera can catch Donato in second place, or if Shrimpy's gapped him enough. I mean, you can see that power is relentless. The front of that flying fish board there, you can just see the spray coming off the nose. It's constant speed. If I showed you a picture of this right now, most folks would say this is the sprint at the race start. This guy is 10K in. Took a little break for some water, it seemed there.
Amazing, amazing. Truly amazing.
So sprint mode all the time.
So you think the nickname is Shrimpy coming out from the unique style?
So you're seeing Donato move into your screen here on his Infinity Ever Ready. Same thing as you're talking about. That's that longer, taller. He still has a much bigger reach. At the same time, you know, he keeps that paddle well in front of his feet most of the time. Also using his entire body, using his back, you know, strong legs. And I would still say he's only 4 or 5 board lengths behind, maybe a little further.
It looked a little more. I mean, I don't think he's going to catch him. Now the question is who's behind him? And is Tasos going to be able to chase Donato down? And is Tasos even still in third position?
Yeah, it'd be neat to see what's happening with that group if we can get some camera on them to see. They've got to be fighting. You know, they're on the bubble. They're on the bubble of standing on that podium. Even third, fourth, and fifth, they're all right there.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna have a thrilling race for the third place, guys.
Yeah, agreed.
Τάσος Τσούρης αυτή τη στιγμή προηγείται στο γκρουπ των αθλητών που μάχονται για την τρίτη θέση. Ο Έλληνας πρωταθλητής.
Adam, I'm getting a lot of feedback on my mic. How about you? Jim, can you?
Yeah,
can you let us? I'm trying to pick up. I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Oh, good. We're getting a look behind Donato now. Oh, and here we go. Boy, that is a big gap. I'm trying, and that is Erie, and Tasos, it looks like.
Well, it looks like Erie reined Tasos back in. He did not let him take that third place comfortably.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that.
So we are looking at Erie Tenario on the green flying fish and Tasos on the Infinity Ever Ready. And these guys are neck and neck. It looks like Erie is attempting to try to show his dominance in front here just a little bit. Maybe giving Tasos a little bit of a reminder of he's still here and he's got gas in the tank.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Tasos is in a good spot for side draft.
Yeah. But you know what? This is where, Adam, I don't know about you, but I know when I'm in similar positions, there's a lot of mental game that goes into when somebody's board is even 2 or 3 feet in front of yours, where you're just kind of thinking like, okay, he's in front of me, or he's there and I'm not. And I do think that plays into your mental psyche, whether you're side drafting or not, of strategically positioning yourself in that winning position more often than not, during the race, or what you're capable of, at least.
100%. Although I got to say, Tassos, his styles we've referenced a couple times, it looks like he is in absolute agony, and maybe he is, but his technique looks like he is just on his last legs, and it's obviously effective. And I can imagine, I think this might have happened to Blue last year. If you're Erie sitting next to him, you go, this guy's in trouble. I just need to keep pace with him, and then I'll blow him out of the water in the end. And sure enough, last year, Tassos was paddling this all along. In the last kilometer, he just opened it up and left Blue in his dust. And you can see him here. I mean, Erie's getting, again, a little bit distanced.
And now we're getting a look at that distance between them. There's Donato, and there's Shuri. I mean, that's a pretty sizable, almost equidistant gap between Shuri to Donato and Donato to Erie and Tassos right now. I would think would be pretty tough to make that gap up in these last 3 or 4K that we're probably at this point. Let's see, these guys, gentlemen started 60 minutes. They started 62 minutes ago. And last year, Tassos did this course in 1 hour and 22 minutes. So it's fair to say, 20 minutes, they're in, and at the pace that Shuri is at, it definitely could be a little quicker than that.
I would think so. If Tassos and Erie could work together, then they would have a chance. It's just hard to imagine this late in the race that they would be communicating, saying, let's give, take turns on half K pulls at max effort and really working to grab Donato with him that far out in front. It's a tough spot to be in mentally when you've come this far.
Would you be willing to say, let's work together to try to reign in second when you're really hoping you just want to clinch third?
Rob, my technique is entirely dependent on drafting others. So the answer is yes. It wouldn't be about coming in third for me. It would be about avoiding 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th.
or a heart attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
We see this big pack. This is interesting too. This large pack of folks who are really seeking a top 10 finish, and a lot of different lines here. And I can't quite make out the number there, but he's looks like he's decided going alone isn't worth it and is heading back to that draft train. Speaking of drafting,
yeah. You can again, it's probably deceiving as you're watching this screen where it looks pretty smooth and flat. But, being inside this cove, I do think offers them a little more protection than when they were in that kind of main channel around that point. You can see things just look a little smoother as far as water movement right now.
I would agree with that, Rob. It definitely looks a little bit more manageable. But even then, you can see there's a lot of moving water. I don't know, and maybe the guys who are there on the ground can tell us if there's any major currents that are notable. And you wonder if the guy on the right side of our screen on the NSP is banking that yes, because I'm not sure what he's doing out there alone otherwise.
It looks like he just kind of took a little bit of a different course direction there from the other group, and I wouldn't doubt we've got, a couple of juniors in here. I think one of the things, we discussed this as well last year, but it's absolutely phenomenal to see the junior list that they have been able to procure here in Greece. They've got a really large group of juniors, both male and female, that are out here, which is really great because we need that in this sport, to propel us forward.
Wow, I don't know if you caught that, Robin. Left side of this, Tassos just completely missed a stroke and darn near came off his board.
Almost went down.
But that head bob at the end of these strokes is just maybe he actually is in agony. He's just the toughest guy out there.
Yeah, he's getting it done. We know he can do it.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. We were talking about the amazing junior scene. It's unreal to watch these guys just power through some of this.
Oh no, they're killing it. Absolutely killing it.
Another really interesting thing about Tassos, and you can see his top hand, he goes to that choke stroke, we call it a lot of times. People look, Erie's trying to cool himself off. That stroke is usually you think about that in terms of sprinting, but Tassos has a habit, and you can see his paddle is taped for it. He likes to grab that choke stroke more often than most paddlers.
Yeah. And I would say there's definitely you could sit at either side of the table with that argument of whether that's your most efficient or whether that's your most ideal approach, or whether that's just, hey, you got to grind right now, and that's getting it done. Like anything, it's one of those techniques that if it's not practiced, it's not going to be effective. That's a big gap right there up to Donato and Donato to Shuri, and it doesn't seem like it's really changing too much.
No, these guys seem to have settled in to accepting that they're battling for third, and I would not. I'm sure Erie watched last year's race. I would not want to be sitting in this exact position with Tassos. Were I Erie, I would put in an attack right now just to see what he's got. Because this portion of the race, this is exactly where we were saying, looks like Blue looks really comfortable, looks really good, and Tassos made us eat our words. I would not be comfortable sitting here with him right now.
So I'd love to see who is sitting in fourth or really fifth right now, who's leading that group that's been broken up a little bit. If this is it, it might be. I don't think it is.
Yeah, I'm having trouble figuring out who is in that group. Is it a question I should perhaps know the answer, Rob, but did Blue make the start line? Because I would have expected to see him battling for that third, fourth, maybe even second.
I believe so. I think he was in that initial group initially, but we could be wrong. We don't have an updated list, but we will find out when we get to the finish line. We've got Kostas and Jim that they'll be there calling out our paddlers as we get close. And quite honestly, they've got to be. I mean, sure, he's within 5 to 10 minutes of coming around that initial corner. He'll start to see the port of Agios St. Nicholas there, and right inside that port is the finish line. It's got to be a good feeling when you come around that last, probably jagged rock corner and see that opening.
Indeed. I got to say, I'm really impressed with Donato here. He's essentially had to do this alone and has managed to hold off Tassos and Erie behind him, which is saying a lot.
Yeah.
It almost looks like Tassos is not Tassos. Donato is being influenced by watching Shuri up in front of him. His stroke is looking more like Shrimpy's stroke than what we normally see him doing.
Yeah, you can see him peeking over his shoulder too, just to make sure that nobody's right behind him. And I would assume if he feels like he's got enough gas in the tank, if he even just being able to watch Shuri's cadence, if he mentally is staying on that path, he knows he's going to be maintaining his position.
Yeah, he looks really great though right now. Incredibly strong. I got to say, coming in second for Donato after winning Tex yesterday. Was it? Did he win?
No,
or was he second?
Shuri won.
Yeah,
was
Shuri
two.
won. Yeah,
And,
yeah, two.
and
So
Erie was third. So again,
yep.
You know, we might see a repeat of that podium here in a couple minutes.
Two second places for Donato here behind Shuri is absolutely a great result. Speaking of great results, look at this hotel. That's oh, there we go.
Yeah, it looks like Tausos maybe maybe has found himself in front again.
Yeah, there's a little bit of swell or boat wake in here. You can see it there. Like there, he's caught something.
Yeah, I mean Erie is not right there. I mean, unless we're missing the angle that we're seeing. He was.
I think swell and some bumps are rolling through here, and I think they saw something and went two different ways on it. Is my guess, Rob.
They split the boat.
Yep.
Is this our number 5 group here? Yeah, there they are. They've.
Yep. Boy, this is going to be exciting.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so Erie is right behind Tausos right now. He's now conceded to drafting right behind him. Maybe conserve a little energy to see if he can get a final sprint in here in a minute. Which would be a really great strategy if he feels he can do it.
I'm watching their stroke rates here and seeing if Erie's getting much of a break behind Tausos. There's a lot of water moving in there, though. This may not be that easy of a draft.
No, I don't think so either. It does seem like it's picked up just a little bit.
Yep, here's Shrimpy about to make the turn. Same cadence. You know, it's interesting, Rob. The lack of attacking coming out of this group that we see on the right.
They all seem comfortable currently.
There's a 5th place in here. Yeah.
And look at that beautiful blue sky. You know, I'd be really curious to see, looking at, by the time from start to finish, what the total amount of paddle strokes that Shuri takes in this 13K race compared to, say, even Erie. Donato.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, θα ήθελα να σας ενημερώσουμε ότι στα επόμενα 5 λεπτά περίπου θα έχουμε και τους πρώτους αθλητές στον τερματισμό. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next couple of minutes, the first athletes of the long distance race are about to arrive at the finish line.
The fact that he's not letting up, that'll probably diminish as those two sprint to the finish.
The first athlete coming is Shuri Araki.
Sorry, not Erie. I bet Shrimpy probably
from
does
Japan,
something like 1,500 strokes per 5K.
Followed by the athlete from the Netherlands.
Erie's like 1,200 maybe.
There's Shrimpy. You know, he's looking over his shoulder, making sure he's in a good position. So these guys, I think you can even start hearing the volume pick up. It's going to be exciting once they get around the corner. Last year, there was a really great group of individuals cheering them on as they came around the corner here. And I would be willing to bet they're probably within sight. Jim and Kostas, I bet they can probably see Shuri here any minute out in the distance. There's Donato kind of maintaining that same gap.
The thing about Donato is he's done a good job. It's hard to believe that Shuri would fall somehow, but Donato's keeping it so that if he does, he's a threat, which is, smart paddling.
Yeah, fair to say, as heavy as Shuri's cadence has been, Donato's not letting him consistently get that much farther ahead. Shuri kind of broke out and created that gap, but it's stayed fairly equidistant the last 20 some minutes.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to hear from Donato. I kind of wonder if he got caught in between states of mind when Shuri made that break, and whether or not he laments not going a little harder to see if he could reel him in initially.
We might be able to gauge it a smidge by how much air they're sucking after they pass the finish line and lay down on their boards. Maybe that will give us a clue.
Yeah. He's definitely keeping Shrimpy under pressure, though, which is fun for us as viewers, but is got to be encouraging for Donato. I think if I'm him, I take away from this that, you know what, I can go that fast over distance.
Not that we wouldn't have expected it, but Shuri is just still there, just hammering, bobbling that board around and just hammering it all the way to the finish line, kind of like he's got somewhere to go right now. Like as soon as I get to the finish line, I have an important meeting I need to get on or something like that.
Just amazing.
Running late for a job interview.
Yeah, right. Good to see you guys. I got a Zoom call. I'm gonna jump on here.
Yeah, you can see his board has real rounded edges and rails, that is. So he likes it to be able to just roll with the water, and you can see it low center of gravity. It just flows right under him, and obviously works incredibly well for him.
You look at what he's doing right now, and probably not that he needed it, but again, almost part of his, mental finishing race strategy of I'm gonna get my sprint in. If there's any chance that somebody behind me thought they might try to sprint to get up to me, I'm not even going to give them the mental satisfaction of such a thing, because he's just hammering. This is just sprint pace. You guys can see right now in the background, you can see that pier right there. Once he goes around it, he will be breezing right through into the finish line. This is the last minute or two of Shuri finishing this 13K race. Agios just absolutely killing the long distance, and we're again
we have
outside of any crazy deficit. Number one coming through.
We have an eye contact with Shuri.
Yeah, really impressive.
He's getting closer.
The other thing too is these guys are going to race together all year long, if not for years on end here. Twisting the sword at the end of the jab here, it is not a bad mental note to finish a race on. You don't want Donato thinking that, I think I could have beaten him. Donato might still think that, but if you're Shrimpy, you're going to finish hard.
Yeah, he doesn't want to leave the gap open for next weekend.
Guys, Shuri is here. He's getting closer and closer. We can see him just a few meters.
There we go. There's the finish line right in front. Shuri Rocky coming your way.
Shuri, through the arc, please, through the gate. Let's put our hands together for Shuri Araki, the Japanese machine, the Shrimpy. The winner on the kitties, Shuri Araki, Japan, first place.
You know, Adam, I don't have the official time right here, but it's fair to say that he just did that in close to an hour and 11
Sorry
minutes.
guys, second place coming.
Incredible.
Maybe,
Through the arc, Donato Fins,
10 minutes.
the Netherlands.
There's Donato. Nice job, Donato. Number 2.
Και τώρα το μεγάλο χειροκρότημα. Ο δικός μας, ο πρωταθλητής μας, Τάσος Τσούρης. Third place.
He did.
Amazing guys. Tassos did it at the end.
You know, we didn't get to see that breakaway from wherever Tassos and Erie were together. I mean, we saw them where Erie was just right behind, but Erie's not there right now.
Amazing finish for Tassos.
Either Erie took a fall or Tassos just did that crazy finish that, oh, there we go. Erie is in the water. Oh no, that's Shuri.
Yeah, it's Shuri.
Okay, there we go. We see Erie just coming around the corner there. And we'll try to pick up the rest of these amazing athletes as they finish up.
Yeah, either Erie took a fall or Tassos did what he did last year and just opened it up and Erie didn't have it. And that must be
Brazil, Erie, for the fourth place. Ένα χειροκρότημα. Erie Tenorio, fourth place.
Nice job, Erie, making that flying fish look good. Why not do
he doesn't look wet.
the turn?
Put your hands together for Erie Tenorio, Brazil.
He looks happy.
Τέταρτη θέση για το Βραζιλιάνο.
Just opened it up and Erie couldn't match. So there you've got now Paulo Marconi coming around the pier, followed by, I believe it's Filippo Mercuriali. Not a bad day for some green and yellow flying fish.
No,
Paolo Marconi, fifth place, Italia. And Filippo Mercuriali, Italia, sixth place.
Great to see him back on the race circuit.
Filippo coming in sixth.
Sixth place for Filippo.
I gotta say, entertaining again.
Yeah, this is you know a really similar showing of the battle of the brands last year. We saw Flying Fish, we saw a lot of Infinity, we saw a lot of NSP, a lot of the females. Which, if you're watching, the women are coming up here. They start at 1 p.m. local time, where all the women and the 50-plus men are going to be hashing it out on the same course. A neat side note, we heard from the directors that there were so many registrants that they were not able to run everybody at the same time due to safety precautions, which I think is a fantastic problem to have in any race where we're continually growing the base of those who are racing. So Adam, to your point, we haven't seen Blue. Ewer come through. We haven't
looks like that might be Blue right there.
We haven't seen Faden.
Yep.
Andre Crater was on the register list, but he is getting everybody's board, so there's probably a good chance that maybe he didn't start.
Could be. I saw Starboard in the mix, and I don't know if he was riding his Starboard, but that does look like
Blue is coming to the finish line. Blue Ewer, UK.
There we go.
There you go, Blue.
Welcome, Blue.
7th place.
You know, top 10 finish with this crowd is nothing to shy away from.
Ένα μεγάλο χειροκρότημα για το Φέδων Δούκας, Ελλάδα, Greece.
There's Faden.
Yep.
So that was your top 8. You know, when we got to that point where all those gentlemen that we just saw finish were in the same draft train 30 minutes in. When Shuri broke off, Donato followed, Erie and Taussos, you know, were right there, and Paulo was right behind them. And yet that gap was probably a 5-minute gap between first.
Άλλος ένας Έλληνας, χειροκρότημα για τον Άλεξ, Άλεξ Πράπας. Μπράβο, Άλεξ.
Yeah, it's incredible, Shrimpy's ability to attack off the front.
Η Ελλάδα είναι εδώ, οι Έλληνες αθλητές τερματίζουν για τη δεκάδα. Γιώργος Φράγκος. Δώσ' του δύο κουπιές ακόμα.
Nice job, Joe.
Νίκολαϊ Μπάρντα, Poland. Μανώλης Αραντώνης. Νικήτας Τζανάκης. First from the junior category.
I gotta say, Rob, one of the things I really like about this.
Νικήτας Τζανάκης, πρώτος από την κατηγορία των juniors. Στην 11η θέση, Κώστα, αν δεν κάνω λάθος. Ή 12ος.
It's a strong group that we see each year, and you know, the Greek contingent. I think really Tassos and Faden stepped it up last year significantly, but there's a clear pipeline of really strong paddlers coming out of Greece.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, this year, when you look at with World Championships being in Abu Dhabi this year, that might be a nice chance for a lot of these Greek paddlers and everybody in Spain as well to not have as far of a trip, maybe to have probably a fairly large showing there as well, I would think.
Yep. I'm putting my vote in now for World Championships just in Greece. Just do it here in Crete.
Yeah. I'm sure Mihalis would love to have World Championships here and also have a heart attack. Okay.
1 hour, 21 minutes and 36 seconds for Suri Araki.
There you go. There's your top 10 finishers there. 121 to 127, a solid 6-minute gap between our first and 10th.
Ας δούμε και τους πρώτους 10.
And in the end, wow, that I
Suri
would love
Araki,
to know what
Donato
Tassos
Frins,
and
Tassos
Erie
Tsouris,
wound up transpiring there.
Έρη Τενόριο, Πάολο Μαρκόνι, Φίλιππο Μερκουλιάλη, Blue Ewer, Φέδων Δούκας, George Φράγκος και Νίκολαϊ Μάνταν.
You know what? You know, he took off sprinting and said, "I'm good with 4th," or maybe there was a bobble in there. You know, all it takes is one good missed paddle stroke that says, "Okay, I'm good."
It's a really good question. Or did Tassos get on a bump? It's hard to know. Erie did not look like he had gone swimming, so I guess we'll have to wait for the storytelling.
You know, we saw Alex come through number 9, unless that was a miscue, and yet we didn't see him in the top 10. We'll see if we can get some clarity on that here in a little bit.
Ενώ μόλις τερματίσανε Ρούσλαβ Γκάραεβ, Μάτεϊ Μπάρμπου και ο Βασίλης ο Σαμιώτης, ακόμα μια ελληνική συμμετοχή.
incredible paddlers, just not in the top 10 division currently. Adam, what would you say? I would say honestly, outside of, I think everybody moved a little faster this year.
Να έχουμε ένα sprint για να δώσουμε χειροκρότημα. Let's encourage the athletes. Nice finish.
Yes. Lots of infinities coming across.
Από την Ιταλία, Alessandro Sapini.
Was similar in nature as far as conditions from last year. Looked pretty similar, and yet we saw a different race style.
Please, guys, make some space after the finish line.
Pack stayed together for longer.
Ο Alex Prapas ήταν ο πρώτος που τερμάτισε για την κατηγορία 40 over, 40 plus.
Shrimpy's ability to attack off the front and just drop in his draft is unbelievable. And you saw that Donato had the power to be able to stay at a roughly equivalent pace, but that ability for Shrimpy to
Matej
get up and
Barbu,
run away.
second on the long distance junior men, 2007-2010.
You could see that. He's got a little bit of magic that lets him just float away and leave everyone else to fend for themselves. And then psychologically, you can tell they know about his pace. And I think that he's got a psychological edge on the rest of the field. And he's had that for the better part of a year, maybe even two. Watching that guy walk away from you off the front has broken a ton of really great athletes. And, broken meaning you don't regain contact with them, not necessarily psychologically per se. But Donato did a great job to keep that gap to a minimum, put himself in a position to maybe get lucky. Didn't happen, but it's incredible. And I think the really fun thing is to see these guys and women, which we'll see later, their ability to side draft, work in packs that are 2, 3, 4, 5 across. The whole sport is really elevated in the last 2 years or so.
You've got to imagine that after last year's World Championship ICF race, every one of those individuals went home and started practicing side drafting with a group around them.
Yeah, I would agree. And it doesn't. These are great athletes. It doesn't take a lot of practice per se, because the newer design is on boards and they haven't extremely or extravagantly.
Victor Fedal,
but
Romania.
They put off a stronger side draft, and they're easier to draft on. And so the equipment has, I think, been part of the reason why you see more of that. These really high freeboard on the sides of the boards now, where you got these deep dugouts with 3, 4, 5, 6 inch dugouts with these high sidewalls that up really nice wake that you can side draft. And it's a beautiful way to race, that's for sure.
I think it's a lot more fun to watch as well when you have 4 people standing next to each other, 3 people next to each other behind them. It's pretty exciting that you have no idea really who's going to do what.
It is. And you see this guy who's finishing right here on this I think it was an old JP Australia board. That's maybe like the beginnings of a dugout with all that volume up front. And the difference between that and here, the board behind him, where you see that deep dugout, there has been an evolution. Not saying one's that much better than the other per se, but those deep dugouts create some different dynamics, both in draft and the ability to draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Another fun thing, we were talking about these guys, they race together all year long. I don't doubt they have more races coming up next weekend. But this being a ICF World Cup ranking event, as it has been for a couple years now, and I think for a couple years to come, these guys are all picking up points that will help in world championships. that could see them either in a better position in sprint or tech racing or long distance, or even get them out of some of these initial heats, especially with the tech race yesterday. That it makes a big difference sometimes just having that ideal placement on your first heat of a world championship weekend.
Yeah, and what a place to come and gather those points. I feel visually spoiled getting to watch this race every year.
They're not suffering here in the beautiful land of Crete.
No. Although some of these young guys that are crossing the line here right now appear to have suffered a little bit anyways.
Yeah, they might have a different opinion right now.
Rob, any surprises for you?
You know, if you would have asked me in the beginning what my top 3 to 5, I would have assumed Blue was going to be, you know, right up there, just from his experience and what we saw last year. So I think that was maybe my bigger surprise there. Faden ended up in 8th. You know, he maybe had the potential to be a little higher there. I think we kind of expected Shuri at some point was, going to try to break apart from the field and do that insanely amazing fast-paced cadence that he does for most of the race. I think Donato just did exactly the race that he probably knew he was going to do and came out extremely strong. Of course, would probably love to be in front of Shuri at some point, but really just showing that he's been training really hard and is honing in at his long distance skills so well. I know he was disappointed after the long distance race in Sarasota last year at World Championships. He felt he was right there, and he said he just made a couple mental mistakes. So knowing that he's been 1 and 2 over the past couple weekends has got to be a really great feeling. I'm sure Dave Benny is pretty excited as well, seeing his riders on the top there. Pretty great thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. In Sarasota, Donato was on, I believe he was on a whiplash. He was on a displacement board, meaning, pointy nose, cutting through the water. And I don't think that did anyone who had one of those in Sarasota any favors. And not that this was a race where you would have a displacement board, but you could have gotten away with it for sure if you felt like it was faster. Big lumpy water today, it would have worked. But I think that paddlers have recognized that a displacement board, if you aren't going to walk away in front, it poses a bit of a risk because you just wind up with these guys on these all water shapes, which are almost every board we've seen come across the line today has been an all water shape. They just tuck into your side draft or your draft and milk it until the end. And when you need to get up on a plane and exceed hull speed, playing loosely with physics, you can do that on a planning board a little bit easier. And you saw he had a really great effort today on that Infinity Everready, which is an all-water board, and of course Shrimpy's also on an all-water board, a Flying Fish Freedom, and so it's interesting to see those boards as the weapon of choice, even in a flat water conditions.
Agreed. I also think that same conversation applies when they're side by side in those messy draft, not even trains anymore. These messy side draft trains. If you're on the whiplash or you're on a sprint, that nose is catching all those side draft waves, or especially if you're behind the front group, you're going to get pushed around a lot more. You're going to be working a lot harder to keep your nose where you want it, as opposed to these guys that they can slide over some of that side chop. I think a little bit easier for sure.
I'm amazed at how good the form is for some of these folks who are coming in just right now. Maybe not right at the finish line where they're feeling, but like some of these folks are seeing coming on their approach. It's incredible how well they're holding together.
Hey, they know the camera's right there. You know, you got to
That's a
make
good
your
point.
last. You got to make your last 50 yards look good.
Rob, my
That's
personal
your
rule is to save about
total.
5 or 6% for the last 100 yards when or wherever there are spectators. I will give up on a potentially winning move where no one's watching, just in order to make sure I got enough in the tank for the closing shots.
That's right. You know, something we haven't talked about a lot, and it is coming up. There's some more. There's our. Oh, here's our juniors. Look
Nice.
at all those. Look at all those Greek racers, just absolutely coming out strong, making it look
That's
really great.
I want to believe that those are the years they graduated high school, but I know that's not the case. Yes, so these are 15 to 18-year-olds. If I'm doing math in the middle of the night on the West Coast live,
That's right.
I probably shouldn't do that. Rob, don't let me do that again.
Fair enough. Adam, you know, we haven't talked about it because it's coming up here in a little bit, and unfortunately, we will not be on that race. But the women are coming up here in just a little bit. In roughly an hour, we will be seeing the women. You know, I think it's fun to maybe even make some predictions for them. It's again, it's a stacked group. It's such a great race with some phenomenal female paddlers from around the world. You have Natalia, you have Kyriaki, Katniss Paris, you have Marie Carmen, Silig, who just turned 18, who's now up there with the women. You have Suzak Molinaro, Caitlin McElroy from the States. You're looking at our 40-plus men as well, just to get sidetracked here. Also, you can see these guys. This is our division a little bit.
Rob, I lost you for a beat there, but I'm back.
Yeah, just going through. We're looking at the men 40 plus.
Yep. Very respectable times. I mean, 13 and a half K is not a short, and you know, a really very fast time for a 10K for folks who are watching and wondering would be I mean, that would be incredibly impressive. And so, you know, you start adding on, and of course it begins to ramp up a little bit as you add distance, the fatigue level. So these times that these folks are finishing in is really admirable, especially in those conditions we saw. These people are navigating those headlands where the water is reverberating off, and it is way trickier, as you indicated earlier, Rob. Way trickier water to paddle through. Exhausting, frankly, those conditions. And some of these folks are just, frankly, making it look relatively easy. Few of them we see coming across the line and reacting the way I would expect I would probably, which is borderline collapse.
Adam, what do you think about the women that are coming up here in a little bit? Any thoughts on the women? I was just going through some names. I think that's maybe where I lost you, but you know, I would say, you know, our within the top 10, you've got to be finding Marie Carmen, Kyriaki, Nancy, Katniss Paris, Silig, you know, new on the scene, Suzak Molinaro. And there's definitely some young Greek paddlers as well that could make their way into those top 3 to top 10.
Yeah, I think if I had to handicap the race, I think I would probably be looking at Marie Carmen coming in first. She is just so good, and has been so consistent 3-4 years now. I think that Silig is intriguing. She reminds me actually a little bit of Donato in some ways, just a really powerful paddler. The conditions are not very rough today. I think she comes from a canoe background, so that's favorable for her. She's not, used to the ocean conditions as much, I don't believe. So that's that's a pretty good sign for her. And then Suzak Molinaro, who I think is just incredible experience, and I believe she's Paolo Marconi's partner. Sorry if I'm wrong. But experience on the world tour. I would look for those three out in front. You're right. Katniss is a strong paddler. Really focuses on sprint though. Calm water like it is today. She's got a pretty good shot, but it's a great lineup. I think it's going to be some great racing. Natalia Novoskaya might jump up there too. It's hard to handicap it, but I would put a lot of faith in Marie Carmen making the podium.
Of an interesting note, Alba Frey, who won the long distance last year, is racing in Spain currently. She's not on the start list, which opens the door up a little differently as well compared to last year.
I'd be really interested to see if she was towing the line with Marie Carmen, how that would shape up. But again, we haven't seen Silig in at least in Sarasota, have we?
Yeah, in Sarasota, if I'm correct, I'm pretty sure she took the podium in the juniors division.
Yep.
In almost all of the races.
Yeah. She's 18, and I think just kind of hitting her stride here. I would be worried about her were one of these other competitors towing the line.
Yeah.
She's got great paddle skills, just an incredible motor, and it's just gaining experience. There's nothing not to like. That said, a 13.5K race is a long way to go. And when you think about that, that's when I think about, Suzak Molinaro, one of the older racers in this category. But experience does matter. That said, we just watched two 19-year-old men win 1 and 2. So.
Experience in their own way. Then again, both of them started paddling years ago, even being 19 currently.
Yeah. It was actually, as I go back and look, 1, 2, 3. Tassos is actually quite young, 24. So, youth movement up front today. Oh, and Donato's 20. Update. Rob, what's your handicap of the race, the upcoming women's race?
I couldn't disagree with you at all. I think the women are going to be right up there in that same division. I think it'll be really fun to watch. Unfortunately, at some point in the United States, we have to sleep, so we'll probably be catching the replay of that.
Yeah.
But I'll be really excited to wake up and find out what happened. I would really love to see Silig come out and put a lot of pressure on Marie Carmen and those individuals. And Katniss, if you remember last year, I believe it was Katniss and Nancy right at the end.
No, Penny. You're thinking Penny Sautu.
Yeah, Penny, who
wasn't it?
Katniss ended up taking third in this long distance race last year. And remember, they got jammed up right at the pier. So I think that was, Katniss probably got a little experience really understanding this course better. I wouldn't doubt in an hour from now, maybe a little bit of afternoon wind picks up. So they may have the gnarlier of conditions from what the men just experienced. So that's probably going to play a little bit of a role in their strategy and probably their overall time, because they're going to be dealing with a little more, chop throughout the day. And quite honestly, just in general, probably more boat traffic, as we know. throughout the day, more individuals are out and about. So I think that'll play a little bit of a role. But I would love to see these young up and comers put some pressure on everybody, and maybe see some back and forth juggling. I think that would be really cool to see, and it's going to be a great race to watch. So if you are still listening to us jabber, we're grateful that you are, and hopefully in an hour you come back and watch the women, because they're going to come out here and put on a spectacle as well.
Yeah, and if you are listening to us jabber, you're recognizing that we're losing efficacy pretty quickly. Interesting note. Penny Sautu is an absolute force in paddling in the Masters division. She's a 50 plus paddler who, frankly, when she shows up for ICF events, just tends to destroy her age group competition, and then battles with powerhouses like Katniss, and so kind of fun to watch. She's like always like a nice little crowd pleaser. I think she's Penny 54, and last year at 53 presumably she was neck and neck with Katniss Paris, who's a very good athlete, and I would encourage folks to go back and watch that replay. It was one of the more, I'll say, intriguing finishing sequences we've seen.
I think we were all a little nervous watching that one, and not even sure what happened for a minute after Katniss pretty much bumped a pier, and then Penny went down.
Yeah, it was. Well, and you'll recall too that in the finish last year, as Alba was coming in, two of the age groupers had collided somehow. We cut to a shot of that finishing structure that we saw, the inflatable finishing structure, and these guys were tangled up, trying to swim for the finish, able to, because they were so pinned behind the buoy. Alba sort of casually sauntered by them, wondering sort of foolishness they were up to. But that final, it's not to be underestimated. And by the way, we're watching. There's that wind you were talking about, filling the sails of those little opties. That final bit where you're rounding the headlands, and really it's the final 3K. There's just a lot of stuff going on right up until you come in to that finish there. And famously, a few years ago, I think there was a real tight race where it might have been one of the Hosoyo brothers in Boothie, and Boothie missed a stroke. This is this shot we're looking at right now where there can be a lot of excitement. And it doesn't have to be just the top paddlers. We've been entertained by people whose names we do not know doing fun stuff there, even today.
Yeah, I believe the incident you were talking about with those juniors last year definitely resulted in some interesting words after, as their boards were tangled up on the outside and they were trying to make it through.
Yep. Rob, these folks look too good. There's no way they're not following the Adam Tischler rule of leave a little sip for the end.
They rested a little bit, a half a mile out, so they could sprint at the finish.
Yeah, that big bay crossing they have to do, just sort of stored it up, took a sip of water, etc. Little self-talk, come around that pier and just hammer with perfect form.
Wipe the sweat off, little salt water on the forehead.
Yep.
Well, I'm not sure where we're at, but I think we have at least a lot of our male athletes have finished through the gate here, and we're going to continue to watch some of these guys trickle in on video. I'm fairly certain at this point we are going to be signing off from the USA. We are super grateful that you were out here watching with us today, and hopefully you enjoyed that race and watching these male athletes just absolutely crush it. We apologize for some of our technical difficulties earlier on. We, as always, with getting cameras over the water over 13K is never an easy feat. So kudos to the team out there, and also to Jim and Kostas and Mihalis and Stavros and the entire production crew putting this on today. They are going to continue on and bring you the women's race here in less than probably 50 minutes.
The pleasure is ours,
yeah,
guys.
I just want to echo my thanks to the crew there in Greece. It is such a technical feat to pull these off, and that's just the technical part of bringing a broadcast to you. This is one of the great races in our sport of SUP. It's an honor just to be involved with it in any way, and it just truly would encourage folks to tune in next year as well. Sign up, take part. I know it's a bucket list item for me, but I Rob, just want to echo your thanks and great job to every single competitor we saw out there today. Congratulations on being able to take part in such an epic event, really.
You guys,
absolutely
thanks.
Agreed. We'll line up the private jet here for next year, and guys, maybe you'll see us on site, live and in person. Okay, well, that's it for me. This is Rob Sano with the Goat Boater, and I am officially signing off. We hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys, for the support. Thanks for sharing the knowledge. And next year, hope to see you here with us in beautiful Creta and beautiful Agios Nikolaos.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Kostas.
Agios Nikolaos.
Σε όλη τη διάρκεια του live stream, κυρίες και κύριοι, είχαμε κοντά μας τον Rob και τον Adam από τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, δύο τους πιο γνωστούς σχολιαστές, πρώην αθλητές SUP. Μας βοήθησαν με τις πληροφορίες και με τις τεχνικές τους γνώσεις για την καλύτερη κατανόηση και την περιγραφή του αγώνα.
Στράτος Κισαμιτάκης.
Εμείς βρισκόμαστε εδώ στην πανέμορφη λίμνη του Αγίου Νικολάου, για την ακρίβεια λίγο πριν το γεφυράκι. Υποδεχόμαστε και τους τελευταίους αθλητές που τερματίζουν. Ένας φανταστικός αγώνας. Θυμίζουμε τους νικητές της κατηγορίας Open, Σουρεράκι από την Ιαπωνία, Ντόνατο Φρίνς δεύτερη θέση από την Ολλανδία και φυσικά ο πρωταθλητής μας Τάσος Τσουρίς, ο περσινός νικητής, στην τρίτη θέση για φέτος. Επόμενο αγώνισμα λοιπόν ήρθε η σειρά για τις γυναίκες, για τις κατηγορίες Open Women, Women 50+, Men 50+, Women 40+, and Junior Women 2007-2010. Η εκκίνηση του επόμενου αγώνα θα δοθεί φυσικά από την πλάκα στις 1 ακριβώς. The start of the next races at 1 o'clock from Plaka Port with a view of the historical monument of Spinalonga. Ενώ βλέπουμε να τερματίζουν ακόμα μερικοί αθλητές
για Λαμάς.
και αξίζουν το χειροκρότημά μας και αυτοί.
Και Γιάννης ο Χρυσούλης, ακολουθεί και αυτός. Αντώνιος Μαργαντίνης, Παρίτσης. Γεννημένος το 2006.
με το νούμερο 40 Άγγελος Χρυσικόπουλος. Μέσα από μέσα παρακαλώ πολύ το πέρασμα. Σπύρος Συντιχάκης.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, μόλις τώρα έγινε και η τρίτη εκκίνηση, η τρίτη κούρσα της ημέρας για την κατηγορία των γυναικών 40+, τους άντρες 40+, συγγνώμη 50+, γυναίκες 50+, και για την κατηγορία των γυναικών junior.
Βρισκόμαστε στο λιμάνι του Άγιο Νικολάου, στην εμβληματική λίμνη βουλισμένη, και από εδώ θα μεταφέρουμε την εικόνα, θα μεταφέρουμε την εικόνα σε όλο τον κόσμο από το Agios Nikolaos on SAP 2025 World Ranking Race, ένας αγώνας που μετράει στη βαθμολογία για το παγκόσμιο πρωτάθλημα. Τελική φάση του παγκοσμίου πρωταθλήματος που φέτος θα διεξαχθεί στο Αμπου Ντάμπι τον Νοέμβριο. Εκκίνηση λοιπόν από το λιμάνι της Πλάκας με θέα το εμβληματικό και ιστορικό μνημείο της Πιναλόγκας, το νησί της Πιναλόγκας. Και τώρα στα πλάνα που παίρνουμε δεν βλέπουμε να έχει ξεχωρίσει κάποιος αθλητής, κάποια αθλήτρια.
Είμαστε πάντα live στο YouTube και στο Facebook για όσους θέλουν να έχουν εικόνα και από το σπίτι τους. Σε ζωντανή μετάδοση λοιπόν όλη η διαδρομή, όλη η κούρσα.
Νωρίτερα, για όσους δεν παρακολούθησαν την κούρσα των ανδρών, το Open Men, νικητής ο Ιάπωνας Σούρι Αράκι με το προσωνύμιο Shrimpy. Πραγματική μηχανή, για όσους δεν έχετε παρακολουθήσει. Δεύτερος, Donato Fins από την Ολλανδία. Και τρίτη θέση, ο Έλληνας αθλητής Τάσος Τσούρης. Ήδη κάποιες γυναίκες έχουν ξεχωρίσει, κάποιες αθλήτρες έχουν ξεχωρίσει και αθλητές. Σε κάποια πιο κοντινά πλάνα θα μπορέσουμε να δούμε και ποιοι είναι για να τους μεταφέρουμε και εμείς την κατάταξη μέχρι στιγμής.
Με πλάνα από την θάλασσα, με πλάνα από τον αέρα, με όλες τις δυνατές λήψεις που μπορούμε να σας προσφέρουμε. Η εκκίνηση έγινε από την παραλία στην Πλάκα. Ο τερματισμός θα γίνει εδώ, στο Γεφυράκι, στη λίμνη βουλισμένη. Έτσι ακριβώς όπως στις προηγούμενες κατηγορίες.
th anniversary of this amazing event. Second day. Yesterday we had the technical race today the long distance race. 13.5K distance from Plaka to Agios Nikolaos Sport. The weather conditions are very good. Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα από το Πουέρτο Ρίκο. Φαίνεται να έχει πάρει το προβάδισμα.
Ριβέρα είναι πρώτη θέση αυτή τη στιγμή. Οδηγάει την κούρσα. Puerto Rico is leading for the open women category. Mari Carmen yesterday was on the podium on the first position, gold medal, the first. Maybe today we're gonna have the same position for Mari Carmen.
Πιστεύεις, Κώστα, ότι μπορεί να κάνει το double?
Προς το παρόν, έχουμε μεγάλη απόσταση, 13,5 χιλιόμετρα να διανύσουν οι αθλήτριες. Αλλά το χθεσινό sprint της Μάρι Κάρμεν ήταν αξιοσημείωτο. Να δούμε λοιπόν κατά πόσο είναι καλή και στις μεγάλες αποστάσεις. Μιας και τώρα δεν έχουμε το slalom. Στη δεύτερη θέση έχουμε την Σουζακ Μολινέρο από την Ισπανία.
Mari Carmen is leading the race so far. Trying to create a distance for the second athlete, Susak Molinero.
Fingertips for me to touch your skin. Days only last for a minute. I never questioned why. I always knew you were mine. Loving you is in my DNA. Yeah, loving you is the only way. Yeah, loving you is in my DNA. Loving you is in my DNA.
Δεύτερη και τελευταία ημέρα λοιπόν του Agios Nikolaos on SAP. Σήμερα λοιπόν πάνω από 250 αθλητές παίρνουν και μέρος στην τελευταία διαδρομή. Ξεκινήσαμε από νωρίς, από την κατηγορία των juniors και θα τελειώσουμε λοιπόν σε αυτή την τελευταία κούρσα με την κατηγορία Open Women. Open Women 40 plus and 50 plus. Junior Women και την κατηγορία των αντρών 50 plus. Βλέπετε λοιπόν και την αθλήτρια η οποία είναι πρώτη, όπως είπαμε, πρώτη θέση χθες στην κατηγορία Technical. Αυτή τη στιγμή οδηγάει την κούρσα η αθλήτρια από το Πουέρτο Ρίκο. Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα. Στη δεύτερη θέση βρίσκεται η Σουζάκ Μολινέρο. Και βλέπετε και τις διαφορετικές διαδρομές που ακολουθούν οι αθλήτριες, θέλοντας να εκμεταλλευτούν ή τουλάχιστον να είναι λίγο πιο εύκολη η πορεία τους, έχοντας πάντα το κύμα από πίσω και όχι πλευρικά. The athletes trying to take the advantage of the side wave to make it more comfortable to ride the board. Ο τερματισμός παρακαλώ να γίνει από μέσα. Πάμε δεξιά, 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 έτσι, από εδώ, μέσα από την πύλη.
Agios Nikolaos on SAP 2025. Κώστα, να θυμίσουμε συνολικά έπλαθα 9.000 ευρώ χρηματικά έπαθλα για τους αθλητές και φυσικά πολύτιμη πόντι για την βαθμολογία του παγκοσμίου πρωταθλήματος.
Μοιράζοντας φυλάκια, ο αθλητής από την Τουρκία.
Πανέμορφα πλάνα από τις ακτές της Κρήτης, από τις ακτές εδώ κοντά στον Άγιο Νικόλαο.
Έχουν περάσει 15 λεπτά περίπου από την εκκίνηση της κούρσας των γυναικών.
Μερικές από τις καλύτερες αθλήτρες του κόσμου βρίσκονται εδώ και διαγωνίζονται σε αυτόν τον αγώνα. Mari Carmen Rivera, still on the lead on this race. Paddling really, really fast.
Ειλικρινά δεν ξέρω τόσο τεχνικές λεπτομέρειες, αν συμφέρει να είσαι κοντός και να έχεις μικρότερη απόσταση να διανύσεις, να σκάψεις, ή αν βολεύει να είσαι πιο ψηλός, οπότε το κουπί σου να ξεκινάει από πιο μακριά, από πιο μπροστά.
Νομίζω, Κώστα, υπάρχει ένα συνδυασμό των δύο. Το ύψος δίνει μεγαλύτερο reach, μεγαλύτερη έκταση στο βύθισμα του κουπιού.
Σωστό, αλλά αν κρίνουμε και από τον Ιαπωνέζο αθλητή, ο οποίος έχει περίπου το ίδιο ύψος με την αθλήτρια από το Πουέρτο Ρίκο και οι δύο είναι κοντοί. Στην πρώτη θέση στους άντρες ήταν ένας κοντός, δεύτερη θέση ένας πολύ ψηλός, ο Ολλανδός. Εξαρτάται λοιπόν πώς εκμεταλλεύεσαι το σωματότυπό σου. Βέβαια, σε σχέση με την προηγούμενη διαδρομή με τους άντρες, σίγουρα βλέπουμε πολύ πιο αργές κινήσεις από τις γυναίκες, ή τουλάχιστον έχουμε συνηθίσει και μας αρέσει αυτό το γρήγορο κούπιασμα που έκανε ο Ιαπωνέζος αθλητής. Λες και ήταν σε sprint mode through all the race.
Ο Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα προσπαθεί να χτίσει μία διαφορά από την δεύτερη αθλήτρια. Πραγματικά πολύ όμορφες εικόνες που φτάνουν σε όλο τον κόσμο μέσα από το live streaming. Τηλεοπτική κάλυψη από το Victor Studios και παραγωγή εννοείται. Να το ρίξω σε αυτό το σημείο, Κώστα, και την κούραση που φυσικών έχουν οι αθλητές. Καθώς να θυμίσουμε ότι τις δύο προηγούμενες ημέρες, από Πέμπτη και Παρασκευή, υπήρχε το World Cup event στην Σιτία, εδώ στην Κρήτη, και back to back τις δύο επόμενες, χθες και σήμερα λοιπόν, Άγιος Νικόλαος on SAP.
Και στα δύο event, και στη Ζητία και φυσικά εδώ στον Άγιο Νικόλαο, υπήρχε συλλογή βαθμών, συγκομιδή βαθμών για την παγκόσμια κατάταξη στο 100% από το τουρνουά της Σιτίας, στο 75% στο τουρνουά του Αγίου Νικολάου, οπότε οι αθλητές είχαν τη δυνατότητα να μαζέψουν πόντους back to back σε δύο πολύ κοντινά event.
Και φυσικά να διεκδικήσουν και ένα συνολικό έπαθλο αξίας 18.000 ευρώ. Prize money total 18,000 euros for the two events. Νομίζω διαφορά μεγαλώνει, Κώστα, ή όχι?
Δεν έχω δει ακόμα ποιο group είναι αυτό το οποίο βρίσκεται πίσω από τις δύο αθλήτριες. Πόσοι αθλήτες βρίσκονται πίσω λοιπόν?
Νομίζω βλέπουμε τώρα την πρώτη και τη δεύτερη αθλήτρια σε αυτό το πλάνο.
Έτσι ακριβώς.
Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα και Σούζακ Μολινέρο. Agios Nikolaos on SAP, 10th edition. 10 years for this amazing event.
I'm the only one that makes you lose control.
10 χρόνια λοιπόν, Άγιος Νικόλαος on SAP, συμπληρώνουμε επαιτειακό event φέτος. Φυσικά τίποτα δεν θα μπορούσε να συμβεί με τη βοήθεια των χορηγών, χωρίς τη βοήθεια των χορηγών μάλλον.
Ξεκινώντας από τον μέγα χορηγό, τη Diane και Agios Nikolaos, το βασικό μας χορηγό, την Περιφέρεια, τη Γενική Γραμματεία Αθλητισμού, φυσικά τους χορηγούς φιλοξενίας, 250 αθλητές συν τους συνοδούς τους, τα ξενοδοχεία λοιπόν St. Nicholas Bay Resort, Mirabella Apartments, Fedra Beach Resort, Santa Marina Unique Hotel, Mistral Bay Hotel, Lato Hotel, Eluda Palm Hotel and Suites, Minos Beach Intercontinental.
Welcome back to your memories. You will take the time to go down that road again. Can we just be friends?
Εδώ σε ένα πιο γενικό πλάνο βλέπουμε τις αθλήτριες να έχουν επιλέξει διαφορετική διαδρομή. Έχω σας ανοίξει λίγο τις πορείες τους.
Welcome back to your memories.
λίγο τις προσπάθειες των αθλητριών. Σε αυτό το σημείο βλέπουμε γκρουπ αθλητριών που βρίσκονται λίγο πιο πίσω από την πρώτη τριάδα. Weather conditions almost perfect. 23 Celsius temperature, 42 humidity, wind speed 7 kilometers per hour, a little bit more wind. Οι αθλήτριες με τη συμπλήρωση μισής ώρας αγώνα περνάνε από το λεγόμενο κανάλι. In about half an hour of the Gulf of Eluda, coming closer to Agios Nikolaos, Agios Nikolaos port. Εκεί που περιμένει πληθυκός για να αποθεώσει τις νικήτριες, πως έκανε λίγο νωρίτερα και για τους νικητές. Mari Carmen Rivera from Puerto Rico still on the lead. 32 minutes of race. Να δούμε αν θα μπορέσουμε να έχουμε ένα πιο κοντινό πλάνο. Όλο σε αυτό το γενικό πλάνο βλέπουμε ότι είναι γκρουπ αθλητριών που βρίσκονται στην τέταρτη θέση και πίσω. Αλλά φυσικά βλέπουμε πλάνα και από τους αθλητές της κατηγορίας over 50 που έχουν πάρει ίδια ώρα εκκίνηση από με τις γυναίκες στην κατηγορία open. Και άλλα πλάνα Κώστα από το κανάλι. Αυτό στενό πέρασμα. Εντυπωσιακά πλάνα πραγματικά. Πολύ πολύ όμορφο στυλ. Πολύ όμορφο paddling. Η Ισπανίδα Σούσα Μολινέρο είναι αυτή που παρακολουθούμε στη δεύτερη θέση. Athlete from Spain, paddler from Spain on second place so far. Susan Molinero, yesterday on the technical race, got the 4th place.
Και αυτή είναι η υπέροχη θέα από ψηλά. Άγιος Νικόλαος. The place to be.
Στα αριστερά σας βλέπουμε και την είσοδο του λιμανιού, εκεί που βρισκόμαστε και εμείς και περιμένουμε με αγωνία τους αθλητές και τις αθλήτριες.
Είδαμε κάποια στιγμή τον Γιάννη του Ψαχαλίδη. Κατηγορία 50+.
Γιάννη το Ψαχαλίδης χθες χρυσό μετάλλιο στην κατηγορία over 50 για το technical race. And this is the magnificent Voulismeni Lake in the center of Agios Nikolaos.
The place that the ceremony award will take place after the end of this third heat. Εδώ ακριβώς βρισκόμαστε και εμείς λοιπόν, στον τερματισμό.
Εξακολουθούμε να βλέπουμε την προπορευόμενη αθλήτρια, την Πορτορικανή Σούσα Μολινέρο.
Υπενθυμίζουμε, χθες πήρε την πρώτη θέση στην κατηγορία technical.
Και προχθές, Κώστα, ξανά χρυσό μετάλλιο στην κατηγορία technical, αλλά στη σιτεία τα έχει μαζέψει όλα τα μετάλλια.
Πάει να κάνει triple crown. Άγιος Νικόλαος on SAP, 10η χρονιά. Ένας γνώριμος πια, παγκόσμιος προορισμός. Όλοι οι αθλητές ψάχνουν με μανία πότε θα είναι το επόμενο event κάθε χρονιά. Γι' αυτό και ο Άγιος Νικόλαος συνεχίζει να διοργανώνει αυτό το παγκόσμιο γεγονός. Σε τετραήμερο event αυτή τη χρονιά. 2 event λοιπόν σε ένα τετραήμερο γεμάτο από τους καλύτερους αθλητές. Στη σιτεία λοιπόν 2 μέρες. Στον Άγιο Νικόλαο οι άλλες 2 μέρες.
Πες του να μας πει όταν θα μας δώσει πλάνο σε εμάς.
Και ίσως, Δημήτρη, αυτό να είναι το καλύτερο spot όπου μπορεί να βλέπεις τους αθλητές που τερματίζουν. Περιμένουμε την κατηγορία Open Women.
Σε πόση ώρα περίπου?
Έχουμε σίγουρα 50 λεπτά. Περιμένουμε την κατηγορία των Juniors γυναικών.
Και την κατηγορία 50 plus για τους άνδρες.
50 plus για τις γυναίκες.
Όλα αυτά εδώ στην πανέμορφη λίμνη βουλισμένη.
Πραγματικά πίσω μας είναι η λίμνη. Εδώ βρίσκεται ο τερματισμός. Πού να κοιτάξεις, δεξιά ή αριστερά, όπου και να κοιτάξεις, σίγουρα θα έχεις κάτι να σου τραβήξει το ενδιαφέρον με θαυμασμό.
Σιγά σιγά πλήθος κόσμου σειραίει για να υποδεχτεί τους αθλητές και τις αθλήτριες.
Πίσω στη λίμνη μην ξεχνάτε ότι θα γίνουν και οι απονομές καθώς και η συναυλία που ετοιμάζουμε. Πήρε το δός για το closing αυτού του παγκόσμιου event. της αθλήτριας από το Πουέρτο Ρίκο, της Ριβέρα. Νομίζω ότι πηγαίνει σε πιο sprint ρυθμό. Κάτι το οποίο έκανε και προηγουμένως στην προηγούμενη κούρσα ο Ιάπωνας sprinter, γιατί πραγματικά ο ρυθμός του ακόμα και στην μεγάλη απόσταση ήταν σαν να ήταν sprint.
Πραγματικά φαίνεται να κοπηλατεί πιο γρήγορα. Rivera seems that is paddling faster now.
Ίσως να βοηθάνε και τα νερά για να τα εκμεταλλευτεί λοιπόν καλύτερα.
Έχει πάρει ένα προβάδισμα, φαίνεται αρκετό, αλλά στο paddle ποτέ δεν λες ποτέ. Ποτέ δεν μπορεί να κάνεις ασφαλείς προβλέψεις.
Ο κυματισμός μου φαίνεται ότι τώρα έρχεται από τη δεξιά πλευρά. Στην αρχή της εκκίνησης ήταν από την αριστερή πλευρά.
Now I don't need the time to make up my Hear my pain, can you hear my prayer? Take my breath, can you take me there? That's all my love, yeah.
Κώστα, πιστεύεις ότι οι αθλητές εκεί μόνοι τους όταν έχουν τόσο μεγάλο προβάδισμα νιώθουν μοναξιά?
Ούτως ή άλλως μιλάμε. Που πονείσαι. Σίγουρα οι αλλαγές στις καιρικές συνθήκες, η οποία μπορεί να είναι αστραπιαία, μπορεί να σου αλλάξει την τακτική, τη στρατηγική, ακόμα και το είδος του σκάφους που χρησιμοποιείς, μιας και οι αθλητές έχουν αρκετά είδη μαζί τους σε κάθε πρωτάθλημα, σε κάθε τουρνουά που έρνουν μέρος, ανάλογα αν έχουν γρήγορες διαδρομές, αν έχουν διαδρομές με κύμα.
I still need you deep in my heart. That's all my love. That's all my love. Yeah. You're the one thing I can't escape. You're the fire
Φαντάζεστε λοιπόν πόσο καλή προετοιμασία χρειάζεται, σωματική αλλά και ψυχολογική, για ένα τέτοιο μεγάλο αγώνα. Ιδιαίτερα στους αγώνες μεγάλης απόστασης. 13,5 χιλιόμετρα λοιπόν από την πλάκα, εδώ στο λιμάνι του Αγίου Νικολάου. Η απόσταση που καλούνται να διανύσουν οι αθλητές.
Το ΣΑΠ, Δημήτρη, είναι άθλημα το οποίο έχει ξεκινήσει πρόσφατα.
Δεν νομίζω, Κώστα, ότι έχεις έρθει διαβασμένος.
Ρωτάω, θέλω να δω τις γνώσεις σου.
Θες να μας πεις από πού ξεκίνησε το ΣΑΠ? Για όλο τον κόσμο. Αθλητές από όλο τον κόσμο, 20 χώρες. Αθλητές από 20 χώρες σε αυτό το τουρνουά είναι μαζί μας. Αυτό το τραήμερο, συμπεριλαμβάνουμε βέβαια και το event της Ιτίας. 1-2 Μαΐου, 5η Παρασκευή. 3 και 4 Μαΐου, εδώ στον Άγιο Νικόλαο. Back-to-back event.
lung pain in Germany. Κάτι μέχρι ήταν και χτες θα απονομήσει. Δεν ξέρω και την στρατηγική που ακολουθούν οι αθλητές ή οι αθλήτριες κατά τη διάρκεια μιας long distance race, εννοώντας ότι που ο πρώτος έχει μια στρατηγική δική του, είτε να πηγαίνει, όπως λέμε, ξέρω, κοντά στα βράχια για να έχει πιο δυνατό κυματισμό, αλλά για να έχει κάνει μικρότερη απόσταση, αλλά από την άλλη μεριά μπορεί να κάνει και το λαγό. Ακολουθούν λοιπόν οι άλλοι αθλητές στην ίδια περίπου ευθεία, πάνω στη στρατηγική που έχει χαράξει ο πρώτος αθλητής, το οποίο αυτό δεν ξέρεις αν θα σου βγει.
Είδαμε νωρίτερα στον αγώνα των ανδρών ένα γκρουπ από 8 αθλητές να πηγαίνει μαζί μέχρι περίπου μισή ώρα αγώνα, μέχρι το 30 λεπτό. Εκεί ο Ιάπωνας Σούρι Αράκη ξεκίνησε να κάνει την επίθεσή του. Πήρε μια απόσταση σεβαστή, την οποία και κράτησε μέχρι το τέλος. Στον αντίστοιχο αγώνα των γυναικών που παρακολουθούμε τώρα, δεν είδαμε κάποιο γκρουπ γυναικών να πάει μαζί μέχρι κάποιο σημείο του αγώνα. Μάλλον στην αρχή του αγώνα συνέβη αυτό. Εκεί ξέφυγε η αθλήτρια από το Πουέρτο Ρίκο και συνεχίζει με μια διαφορά. Με τη συμπλήρωση μίας ώρας αγώνα, θα τολμήσω, Κώστα, να πω ότι βλέπω ίσως μερικά σημάδια κούρασης στη Μαρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα. Αυτή που βλέπουμε πρέπει να είναι η δεύτερη αθλήτρια, η Ισπανίδα. Στο Μολινέρο, η οποία καταδιώκει την πρώτη. Φυσικά πλάνα και από την κατηγορία over 50 για τους άντρες. Περιμένουμε αγωνία να δούμε και πού βρίσκονται οι Ελληνίδες αθλήτριες στον αγώνα των γυναικών. Για παράδειγμα, η Κυριακή Λογοθέτη, η οποία χθες κατέλαβε την 3η θέση στο Technical Race. Να δούμε αν θα μπορέσει και σήμερα να διεκδικήσει κάποια θέση στο βάθρο. We remind you, winner of the men open race, Japanese Suri Araki, with 1 hour, 21 minutes and 36 seconds.
Στη δεύτερη θέση λοιπόν η Ισπανίδα αθλήτρια Σούσακ Μολινέρο. Σούσακ Molinero, 6th overall in the World SUP ranking by the SUP Racer and 3rd overall in the Euro Tour SUP. Το 2024 κατέλαβε την 5η θέση στο World Ranking. Αντιστοίχως βέβαια η πρώτη θέση που αυτή τη στιγμή κρατάει η Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα το 2024 στην Δανία πήρε το ασημένιο μετάλλιο στο Long Distance Race και το χάλκινο μετάλλιο στην Technical Race. Στο παγκόσμιο πρωτάθλημα που έγινε στο Πουέρτο Ρίκο το 2022 πήρε την πρώτη θέση στο sprint. Αυτή είναι η αθλήτρια που βρίσκεται στην τρίτη θέση. Δεν μπορούμε να δούμε καλά το νούμερο. Μόλις είδαμε λοιπόν και την αθλήτα που βρίσκεται στην 4η θέση, αυτή που είναι στο πλάνο μας τώρα. Και πάλι πάντα ηγείται της κούρσας η Μάρι Κάρμεν. Φανταστείτε ότι η Μάρι Κάρμεν ήθελε να γνωρίζει κατά πόσο η διαδρομή που ακολουθεί είναι σωστή. Γι' αυτό την είδατε να μιλάει με τον καπετάνιο στη βάρκα. Συνεχίζουμε να βλέπουμε τις πρώτες αθλητρίες. Υπάρχει πολύ μεγάλη απόσταση από το group από τις τρεις πρώτες μάλλον. Υπάρχει πολύ μεγάλη απόσταση από τις αθλήτες που έπονται. Στην τρίτη θέση λοιπόν, on the third place, Νατάλια Νοβίτσκαγια. She's following Puerto Rico and Spain.
Από τα πλάνα που βλέπουμε, μοιάζει προπορευόμενη αθλήτρια, Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρνα, πλησιάζει στον τερματισμό. Περνώντας από την ποδοσία Χαβάνια. Σύμφωνα με τους υπολογισμούς μας, σε περίπου 20 λεπτά θα βρίσκονται στη γραμμή του τερματισμού η προπορευόμενη αθλήτρια.
McElroy. McElroy, USA.
Όλο και πλησιάζουν αθλητές και αθλήτριες προς τον τερματισμό.
Νομίζω ότι στα επόμενα λεπτά, 15-20 λεπτά, θα έχουμε σίγουρα τις πρώτες αθλήτριες που θα πλησιάζουν στον τερματισμό. Δεν έχει αλλάξει η σειρά. Το Πουέρτο Ρίκο προηγείται. Η Ισπανία στη δεύτερη θέση. Στην τρίτη θέση μια αθλήτρια ουδέτερη AIN. Neutral λοιπόν.
Independent neutral athlete. Η προπορευόμενη αθλήτρια. Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα πλησιάζει. Σε λιγότερο από 1 χιλιόμετρο η απόσταση. Ο ρυθμός Κώστα της προπονημένης αθλήτρες φαίνεται να έχει πέσει λίγο, λογικό. Μετά από 1,5 ώρα. Εδώ βλέπουμε και πλάνα από το drone. Το ότι έχει πέσει ο ρυθμός είναι σχετικό βέβαια, καθώς πλησιάζει γοργά προς την γραμμή του τερματισμού. Μοιάζει ο άνεμος να είναι πλευρικός, κάτι που δυσκολεύει ακόμα παραπάνω τις αθλήτρες και τους αθλητές.
Από τα πλάνα βέβαια δεν βλέπουμε να υπάρχει κάποιο πρόβλημα σε μάχη στα τελευταία μέτρα μεταξύ Πουερτο και Ισπανίας. Είναι μεγάλη η απόσταση, τουλάχιστον από όσο μπορούμε να κρίνουμε από εδώ.
Mari Carmen Rivera still leading the race so far. And now we have an eye contact with Agios Nikolaos Sport and the finish line. Νοτιοανατολικός άνεμος. Ελαφρύς σχηματισμός.
Με κυματισμό και από τις δύο πλευρές. Δεν ξέρω αν αυτό φέρνει ισορροπία στο σκάφος ή ανισορροπία. Ένα κύμα το οποίο έρχεται από ανοιχτά και ένα κύμα το οποίο έρχεται μέσα από τον κόλπο.
Mari Carmen Rivera σκάβει τα καταγάλανα νερά εδώ στον κόλπο του Αγίου Νικολάου και πλησιάζει προς τη γραμμή του ερματισμού. Κώστα, έχεις κάποια πρόβλεψη για τον ακριβή χρόνο? Σε πόση ώρα θα είναι εδώ στη γραμμή τερματισμού?
Θεωρώ ότι η Κάρμεν θέλει τουλάχιστον 15-20 λεπτά για να έρθει κοντά μας.
Κοντά μας εννοείς να έρθει εδώ πέρα στο booth του DJ να της πάρουμε δύο λόγια, έτσι.
Τώρα μου φαίνεται αυτό είναι το αμμούδι, αν θυμάμαι καλά.
Το αμμούδι είναι στο βάθος. Εγώ πιστεύω σε 5 με 6 λεπτά θα είναι στη γραμμή του τερματισμού. Άγιος Νικόλαος on SAP. Δεύτερη μέρα, χθες είχαμε το technical race. Σήμερα τελευταία ημέρα με το long distance race. 13,5 χιλιόμετρα από την πλάκα απέναντι από την εμβληματική Σπιναλόγκα. Μέχρι εδώ, μέχρι το λιμάνι του Αγίου Νικολάου, μέχρι τη λίμνη του Αγίου Νικολάου, τη λίμνη βουλισμένη, σε μια πανέμορφη τοποθεσία. Περιμένουμε σε πολύ λίγα λεπτά λοιπόν την προπορευόμενη αθλήτρια που μοιάζει ότι θα είναι ότι η Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα, η νικήτρια του χθεσινού αγώνα στο technical, θα κάνει το double από ό,τι φαίνεται, καθώς πλησιάζει με γοργό ρυθμό. Να δούμε σε ποια κατάταξη θα τερματίζουν και οι Ελληνίδες αθλήτριες. Κυριακή Λογοθέτη, χθες κατέλαβε την τρίτη θέση στο technical race. Περιμένω να δούμε αν θα είναι και σήμερα κοντά στα μετάλλια ή σίγουρα με ένα καλό πλασάρισμα. Μην ξεχνάμε ότι η βαθμολογία των αθλητών μετράει για την βαθμολογία του παγκοσμίου πρωταθλήματος. Τελική φάση του παγκοσμίου πρωταθλήματος που θα διεξαχθεί φέτος στο Αμπουντάμπι. Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα, Κώστα πλησιάζει, άκουσα τα πρώτα χειροκροτήματα. Ο κόσμος έχει μαζευτεί εδώ στο γεφυράκι, όπως λέγεται, λίγο πριν τη λίμνη βουλισμένη για να υποδεχτεί τους αθλητές. Και την πρώτη αθλήτρια που δεν είναι άλλη από την αθλήτρια από το Πουέρτο Ρίκο, Μάρι Κάρμεν Ριβέρα. Να τη βλέπουμε κι εμείς λοιπόν. Πλησιάζει ένα χειροκρότημα. Να δώσουμε λίγο δύναμη στα τελευταία μέτρα. Put your hands together. Venga, venga, Mari Carmen, un poquito más, venga. Το χειροκρότημό σας, κυρίες και κύριοι. Winner first place, gold medal, Puerto Rico, Mari Carmen Rivera. Εντυπωσιακές σκηνές, πλήθος κόσμου. Δίνει το χειροκρότημά του στην νικήτρια του Long Distance Race στην κατηγορία Open των γυναικών. Δεν είναι τον ακριβή χρόνο, αλλά 1:40 περίπου. Και αυτός που βλέπουμε να μπαίνει με δύναμη και θέλει και αυτό στο χειροκρότημά μας. Γιάννης το Ψαχαλίδης στην κατηγορία 50+. Ο Χανιώτης άσος. Ο Χανιώτης Πάντλερ δεν μασάει. Και τερματίζει πρώτος στην κατηγορία του. Over 40, first place, Γιάννης το Ψαχαλίδης, Greece. Και αυτή που μπαίνει τώρα για να τερματίσει δεν είναι άλλη από τη Σούσακ Μολινέρα από την Ισπανία. Spain, Εσπάνια. Second place for the women open category. Έχουν αρχίσει να τερματίζουν οι αθλήτριες. Τρίτη θέση λοιπόν, ένα μεγάλο χειροκρότημα. Η Ελληνίδα Κυριακή Λογοθέτη, Greece, third place. Όπως και χθες στην κατηγορία Technical, καταφέρει να πάρει την τρίτη θέση στο long distance. Από τη Θεσσαλονίκη, η Κυριακή Λογοθέτη τα κατάφερε να έρθει μέχρι εδώ, όχι από τη Θεσσαλονίκη μέχρι εδώ, αλλά από την πλάκα, είπαμε 13,5 χιλιόμετρα. Η απόσταση. Πολύ όμορφες στιγμές με τις τρεις πρώτες αθλήτριες. Αφού δροσιστούν λιγάκι για να ξεκουραστούν από την υπερπροσπάθεια, θα περάσουν κάτω από το γεφυράκι και θα βρεθούν στην πανέμορφη λίμνη βουλισμένη, στη λίμνη του Αγίου Νικολάου. We have the first three paddlers finished for the women open category and the first man over 40, over 50, the Greek, το Ψαχαλίδης. Περιμένουμε και το επόμενο γκρουπ αθλητών και αθλητριών θα τερματίσει. Όπως λέγαμε και για τις γυναίκες, οι τρεις πρώτες είχαν εξασφαλίσει ένα σημαντικό προβάδισμα. Βλέπω ότι οι αθλήτες να κατευθύνονται λοιπόν προς τη λίμνη, περνώντας κάτω από το γεφυράκι. Ένα μεγάλο χειροκρότημα. Natalia Novitskaya, fourth place. Independent neutral athlete. Περιμένουμε λοιπόν τους αθλητές από τις κατηγορίες Open γυναικών, άνδρες και γυναίκες πάνω των 50. Στην κατηγορία 40+ γυναικών και junior γυναικών. Να θυμίσουμε ότι δόθηκαν 2 κινήσεις, η πρώτη στις 10 το πρωί και η δεύτερη στη 1, γι' αυτό λοιπόν τερματίζουν και τώρα οι αθλητές. Please put your hand together. Scotty Germany. Η αθλήτρια από τη Γερμανία που μόλις τερμάτισε, 19 ετών. Ετοιμαζόμαστε για άλλο ένα τερματισμό. With the number 131, Kathleen McEnroy, United States. Φαίνεται να πλησιάζει και θέλει το χειροκρότημά σας. Νάνση Καραΐνδρου. Φυσικά από την Ελλάδα. Λίγα μέτρα μένουν για να τερματίσει. Για να δώσουμε λίγο δύναμη και εμείς με το χειροκρότημά μας. Έτσι, έτσι, έτσι. Λίγο ακόμα, λίγο ακόμα, λίγο ακόμα. Νάνση Καραΐνδρου, Greece.
Κάρμεν έκανε 1,40.
Ακριβώς.
Ναι.
Πόσο?
1,40,33. Και η δεύτερη.
Let's remind first place, Mari Carmen Rivera, 1 hour 40 minutes and 33 seconds. Second place, Susan Molinero, Spain, 1:42. Third place, Greece, Κυριακή Λογοθέτη, 1:42.21 seconds. Πλησιάζει κοντά μας Ερασμία Μαλεκάκη στην κατηγορία Junior Women. Χειροκρότημα. Έτσι, έτσι, έτσι. Πάμε Ερασμία, πάμε Ερασμία. Μαλεκάκη, Greece. Άλλη μια ελληνική συμμετοχή. Πέννη Τσαούτου. Πλησιάζει την καρμή τερματισμού. Μάρια Παναγή με το 2.39. Αυτή που πλησιάζει με τρομερό στυλ. Θεοδώρα Κατσαβαβάκη, Junior Women. Άλλος ένας τερματισμός με χαμόγελο, παρά τη μεγάλη κούραση. 1 ώρα και 55 λεπτά βρέθηκε πάνω στο σκάφος. Αναστασία Ηλιάκη για την κατηγορία Junior Women. Ένα χειροκρότημα, μην το ξεχνάμε. Το ζητάνε και το θέλουν όλα τα παιδιά, όλοι οι συμμετέχοντες, όλοι οι αθλητές. Με το 134 χειροκρότημα Καρολίνα Σιώπαχα, Σάιπρους. Μπράβο στην Καρολίνα. Συνεχίζονται τερματισμοί για αθλητές όλων των κατηγοριών. Να θυμίσουμε λίγο αργότερα θα γίνει τελετή απονομής των επάθρων στους νικητές. Στην λίμνη της βουλισμένη λίμνη, λίμνη του Αγίου Νικολάου. Για την κατηγορία Masters 50 τερματίζει Νίκος Μαρκάκης. Δεύτερος στην κατηγορία Masters 50. Με το 189 Γιάννης Τούντας για την κατηγορία Masters 50. Και η βουτιά. Κατερινιό Λατζανάκη. Καλ Γιούστερς, Masters 50, συνεχίζουν οι τερματισμοί. Μαρία Πατεράκη, Ντάρια Τζαΐτσεβα. Άννα Φιρφυρή με εντυπωσιακή βουτιά.
Πάμε Μαρίνα! Πάμε Μαρίνα!
Με το 0.36 Μαρίνα Εργαζάκη. Η Χανιώτισσα. Χριστιανά Μεσλεμέ. Στην κατηγορία Open Women.
Του χρόνου να τον πάρουμε.
Η Μαρία η Βομβολάκη έρχεται. Η Σοφία η Βομβολάκη έρχεται. Η ξαδέρφη του Μιχάλη. Ο Μιχάλης είναι πάνω. Η Σοφία είναι κάτω. Πάμε Σοφία, πάμε Σοφία, πάμε Σοφία. Long distance λοιπόν, final results για την κατηγορία Open Women. Πρώτη θέση, όπως προείπαμε, Μαρικάρπεν Ριβέρα, Πουέρτο Ρίκο. Δεύτερη θέση για Σούζακ Μολινέρο, Ισπάνια, Εσπάνια. Ελλάδα στην τρίτη θέση, Κυριακή Λογοθέτη, όπως και χθες. Το δεύτερο μετάλλιο της Κυριακής. Τέταρτη θέση, Νατάλια Νοβίτσκα για fourth place. Fifth place, Κάντι Λαγμπέιν. Sixth, Κάθριν Μακερόι. Seventh place, Νάνση Κάρα Ίνδρου στην 7η θέση, 8 Μαρία Παναγία, 9 Κάτερινα Λατζανάκη, 10η θέση Μαρία Πατεράκη. Η Ελπίδα η Βογιατζή τερματίζει αμέσως τώρα. Μάρια Ζήνα Χαϊδεμένου. Για την κατηγορία 40+, Women 40+.
Έχοντας ξεπεράσει τις 2 ώρες αγώνα. 2 ώρες και 6 λεπτά για την ακρίβεια.
Christine Sheridan at the finish line from Singapore. Ελένη πάει. Βλέπουμε και τα τελικά αποτελέσματα. Junior Women 2007-2010. Πρώτη θέση για την Ερασμία Μαλεκάκη. Δεύτερη θέση Θεοδόρα Κατσαβαβάκη. Τρίτη θέση Αναστασία Ηλιάκη. Τέταρτη θέση Άννα Φιρφυρή. Πέμπτη θέση Μαρίνα Εργαζάκη. Έκτη θέση Σοφία Βομβολάκη. Και έβδομη θέση Ελπίδα Βογιατζή.
Σουριαράκης, μου είναι κριτικός αυτός. Σουριαράκης. Αράκης. Ναι ρε, έπρεπε να το πούμε γιατί δεν το σκεφτήκαμε. Σουριαράκης.
Θα το πείτε στην απονομή. Στην απονομή πάνω. Θα πείτε και συγκρότημα το πουλάνε.
Σίγουρα τραγουδήσουμε μέσα μας.
Άμα θέλω να φύγει ο κόσμος για να βγει στα μαγαζιά, έχει φασουλάκι.
Φασούλι, το φασούλι.
Αυτός είναι 50 πλάστο, νομίζω ότι
Σουριαράκης φίλε. Πού είσαι. Σουριαράκης από το Ρεθμινό.
Έχω πάει να φάνει άλλη. Είμαστε εδώ πέρα και βοηθάμε. Λέμε το όνομα.
Ναι, μα μιλάμε τρομερή βοήθεια. Πραγματικά. Έπρεπε να είχαμε πάρει χθες. Θα τον πάρουμε του χρόνου. Θα τον πάρουμε για του χρόνου. Από τώρα, τον κλείνω από τώρα.
Ξέρεις πως σε βάζει εδώ, έτσι που σαν πριν. Δεν διατρέχεις την τούμπα να πεις μέσα. Τι ποια είναι.
Η Ειρήνη.
Το ρημιό πήγε.
Πόσο? Ειρήνη Λογκάκη.
Συνεχίζονται οι τερματισμοί.
Ειρήνη Λογκάκη. Παμερινιό. Για την κατηγορία 40+. Σε αυτό το σημείο σιγά σιγά θα αποχωρήσουμε εμείς από την ζωντανή σύνδεση στο YouTube και στο Facebook. Να ευχαριστήσουμε όλους εσάς που ήσταν κοντά μας και παρακολουθήσατε και τις δύο κούρσες. Εμείς σιγά σιγά θα μεταφερθούμε στην Λίμνη για να πάμε για τις απονομές.
With this nice view from Agios Nikolaos, we have to say goodbye. Thank you for being with us all day long for this amazing race. Hope you enjoy it. Agios Nikolaos on SAP 2025. See you next year.